Greetings, everyone. Coinstamp here, otherwise known as Swirling Vortex '09 on YouTube, or you can call me Steven. Take your pick. Um, Welcome to an Elden Ring Reforged stream. It's been a week and a half, I think, since we've last had the proper chance to sit down and play. How are y'all doing today? Hopefully you're doing well. Welcome to our hallowed storm halls, where we engage in all kinds of discussions. Come get a glass or a mug of mead. Sit down, be merry, and first I suppose we're going to totally log in so that we don't have this disruptive title music talking over me. But yeah, come grab your favorite alcohol or beverage, nice snack, and sit down and get comfortable. I have a few things I'd like to talk about before we get started. First, Tuesdays or Sunday stream. I want to apologize for that first. I think I need to tilt this camera down today. So, I apparently didn't check my stream keys Sunday, so I was streaming to a YouTube link, but that's not how streaming works on YouTube, so I was streaming to a void. The signal was active, but the stream itself was not. And I've checked both my VOD channel, my Shorts channel, I've checked my VODs, my Shorts, and my regular, main YouTube channel. Nothing's there. So that means that I streamed to a void, most likely, to no effect. And I'm not surprised that nothing happened on Sunday. I just got a bad vibes check. I just peaced out after 3 hours. I'm hoping to remedy that today, hopefully by streaming to an actually somewhat live, accurate audience. Secondly, I've been working on things in the background. I mentioned this on Sunday, but of course I streamed to a void, so no one saw it. I've been working on a Discord server. So I have more or less set up what is going to be a future community server. So I just need to figure out why is this. Oh, it's because the BattleNet app is active. Okay. And I probably just need to close it. Is that correct? Why is it saying I'm technically playing this when that's not at all the case? No momento per favore. I believe I just have to close out. I might have to close out the app. There's an app. Which one is it? No, let's exit menu. That's really weird. It says I'm playing one game, but I know I'm not doing that. Oh well. I think maybe Discord's just having a nice big oopsie. I could fix it later. So, let me zoom in if I can. I might not be able to. Might have to take a snip of this. Let's see. Let's max this out. Zoom in. Okay. So I've established some ground rules. I think most of them are pretty self-explanatory. I will allow self-promotion on my own server. Just follow some key rules. Like I said, the last two things I think I need to do, in order to get the server really up and running, is finish making all the channels. I've got most of them, but I don't have the heavy discussions channel set up yet. Gotta fix that. And I need to get a bot, a server bot, that will actually, key all these rules in for me. And I'll figure it out from there. The only rule I would say is really, really kind of weird is Rule 11, and to some extent Rule 12. I don't want to have ROMs distributed on my Discord, so I might not always be playing Elden Ring or Blasphemous or Grim Dawn. I might be playing things like Skyrim or Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time Randomizer or some other stuff in which ROM distribution is somewhat common or not unheard of. I just kind of want to nip that in the bud. That's all Rule 11 is. Also, yeah, I kind of went with a mixture of Elden Ring and common Senate, like multi-cameral government references in here. So I've got a Senate chamber, and of course, I couldn't resist the Finder of Albinoric Women as a meme. I just couldn't resist. Couldn't do it. Um, we have the round table hold. We've got the room of the two fingers. Yes, you get where I'm going with this. Elden Ring has more or less permanently left its mark on me. So there's gonna be some. There's definitely gonna be some holdouts, but I will get this server up and running. Last thing I want to say about the server before I begin is, or before I begin going over patch materials, is I'm probably gonna paygate this behind a Prime sub, as your Prime subs are currently, they get you some basic tier 1 benefits, but they don't get you ad protection. So I want to give you something commensurate. And of course, higher sub tiers definitely get this perk as well. But I am gonna pay gate it a little bit. One, to help curate what I hopefully will be what will hopefully be a better audience, but also just, for my personal health and safety. I don't want random people in here. That's kind of what happened last time, and I have learned from that mistake since then. So this is definitely as much a business, a fun place to hang out. Okay, not sure where the stream decided to drop, so I'll just simply say, yeah. Look, wow, getting a bunch of updates. Uh, from my, from the person I've commissioned for the new stream layouts. Let me just check these real quick. It is kind of important. I will be right back. Sorry about that. I'm back. That took me a little longer than I expected to get a reply in. But yeah, this is pretty much everything I could I sorry. I'm still my mind is still in reply mode. Yeah, this is a work in progress, but it is I would say it's about 70% done. The rest of it really is just a couple of channels getting the setup tweaked just the way I want it. Um and then actually getting and programming the bot. That will probably take the rest of the chunk of time. And then we will have the Discord server all rolled out. I can actually put a proper Discord link on there. Great stuff. Now, so you have a view of the game. Let's fix that first. Uh, Okay, so when we left off last, I believe we were exploring Caelid. I tried to get a generator spell, Stone Sling, and turns out we already killed the Alabaster Lord that was responsible for. Just need to tilt that up slightly. Um, uh, we killed the Alabaster Lord and thus could not reconcile the Mist spell. We were able to get Guiding Stars, and I think we were eventually able to clear out the bell-bearing hunter, but it took us a long time. Um, so my next point of order will be to kind of go back and showcase a couple of things, just a couple. But we need to talk about some patches first. Um, so I think the last time we played was from 0.4.71c specifically. Sorry. I wasn't expecting the client or the commission artist that I paid to contact me right as I started stream. I really do apologize for this. Um, all right, so like I said, in for anyone who is on Discord, on the various Discord servers, I've posted the link, the stream announcement too. I'm not going to be covering everything. I'm just going to be hitting some major highlights. So first, enemy encampments. So if you guys will recall, like in Liurnia or in Limgrave, there were various encampments set up that had a bunch of soldiers in them. Well, now some of those encampments, I believe there are 14 at this time, that have a red-eyed enemy in them. And those encampments, when you clear them, will drop 2 pieces of gear from a chest that arrives when you clear out the camp. Um, do, do, do. Sorry, more correspondence. I'm kind of waiting with bated breath for it to be. There's a couple of things that still have to be wrapped up, but it's looking pretty good. I can't wait to start using it. Um, yeah, and the red-eyed enemy, of course, is a much harder version of the mobs that we've been dealing with before. Again, 14 camps, and once you ride into one, you can't ride Torrent back out. You do have to foot your way out of it. So we'll be trying to find a encampment to show this off. Um, we already know about Stone Sling. In patch 4.73, there was a new game mode called Adventure Mode that dropped that replaces fast traveling with warp points. Kind of like what the Convergence team is doing, but not quite. There are statues that act as additional warp points. These just replace the rest sites, period. Uh, Sorry, additional correspondence. Let me just do a nice reaction here and get back to it. Again, really sorry. I wasn't expecting this to happen today. Um, I kind of been out of sorts for a couple of weeks. So the fact that communications start up just as I'm streaming is not the best. Apart from the adventure game mode, for that patch, I believe the Digger staff has its scaling restored. Not that we plan on using it. The Fallen Cavalry now drops a no-skill Ash of War. The Fallen Cavalry was the boss at the bridge in Limgrave that would have connected to Liurnia if it weren't broken. The Dragon Barrow Knights Cavalry drops a new Spinning Chain Ash of War, which I'm guessing is a Flail exclusive Ash of War. I'm not sure. I don't know if we're gonna bump into. No, we have not killed the Knights Cavalry in Dragon Barrow yet. That's a very specific bridge. Um, there might still be some bugs for patch 0.7.4.74. Melina will now transition to the level up animation immediately once we've collected a great rune. We, I believe, have 2 of them, so we should already have faster level ups. Not much for that one. Version 0.4.75 added the currently still unobtainable items in vanilla Elden Ring. So the Deathbed Smalls now drop with the Deathbed Dress, a quest line we'll address later. Millicent, the NPC that we administered the needle to, also drops her prosthetic, or her tunic, whether you help or hinder her. Not much apart from that, other than maybe additional organization for difficulty selections. In version 0.4.76, there was a new passive effect for the Mausoleum Knight Armor. And there's a fix for enemy regeneration and for Swift Glintstone Shard. Nothing apart from there. We apparently skipped versions 0. We apparently skipped 4.77 through 4.79. So in version 4.8, there's the crafting overhaul. I can show this off now. Sorry, I've been waiting to kind of steam through previous patches. If you want to know more about the individual patch notes, I highly suggest you hop onto the Elden Ring Reforged Discord, which if you type in !ERR, all lowercase, I'll demonstrate that command now. There is a link to the Discord page there, and there is a complete. Pretty much every time an update rolls out, every time an update is published, there are more or less detailed patch notes. And of course, every file for every new patch has a paste bin associated with it. You can look at that paste bin for the complete notes for that patch. So, item crafting. I'm not sure we get... yes, we do. So, Ivy if you know Ivy is the person that occasionally helps Zuli the Witch, a FromSoft data miner who has a YouTube channel. They help her out. Well, recently Ivy became a team member. I don't know if I hesitate at official team member, as supposedly Kernifer still handles 99% of the work for the mods. That's Ivy's own words, not mine. But Ivy got a appropriate team role on the Discord server, so, and Ivy has graced us with a new crafting system. Um, so let me kind of go over this in more detail according to the notes. So crafting has been overhauled. I'm kind of reading the patch notes here. Um, Collected materials must now be crafted into intermediate forms, alchemics, substances, extracts, or amalgamates, which replace the original materials in all crafting recipes. This leads to more variety in sources for certain kinds of materials, making crafting more accessible. Um, some of these do not. Oh, okay, okay, I see it. Um, Recipes for these new items unlock dynamically as you find materials to craft from. Amounts were tweaked to be a little more forgiving than they were baseline. So instead of taking, like, I don't know, it's kind of hard to find a vanilla recipe here. Um, like bone darts, or not bone darts. It's actually kind of hard. Let me try to remember a crafting recipe. I think you needed, like, 3 or even 5 of certain kinds of flowers that has been switched. The only recipe that seems to have remained, according to the notes, are Roa raisins. So if you want to make your raisins, you'll still need Roa fruit baseline, which is fine. It's the strict healing item that heals Torrent and nothing else. Um, so on top of that, there's a new Eye of Death material that drops from basilisks for the updated crafting system. It can be mated and it can be it can be mated. Wow. It can be made into the blighted extract item. Alchemic items can be made from generic materials. Substances are made from elemental materials. Will kind of demonstrate this. So alchemics are things like fruit, herbs, mushrooms, or flowers. Um, Alchemics are, well, I'm sorry. Those are all alchemic items. Um, yeah, pretty much anything that's a fruit, a flower, a piece of flesh, a bone, so on and so forth, um, are all made from generic materials. These are generic crafting items. And they go for different rates. The rarer it is, the more of the material you make, basically. Substances are made from things like cracked crystals, glintstone items, or fire blossoms, fulgur bloom, stuff like that. Extracts are made from status materials, poison blooms, formic rock, blood roses, rimed crystal buds. Oh, and slumbering eggs got a use too. Now they make sedative extracts, which is just fantastic. We've been sitting on 6 eggs that we know nothing to do with. Finally, amalgamate is made from other material. This kind of seems to be all over the place, and they serve a bunch of different purposes. So feedback is welcome. System's just been implemented, and the balancing's kind of in an early stage. The icons for this have all been updated. If you don't know what I'm talking about, so in Elden Ring, Reforged, there is a new high quality items file. Sorry for gabbing at you so much. I just kind of want to clear the air about this. I'll try to put a timestamp or something on for the VOD, so you know when you can start looking for gameplay. But this is kind of important stuff. Um, um, where I lost my train of thought. Um, yeah, balancing is in early stages on this. Oh, the high quality items. Yeah. For anyone who is looking to download the mod, if you don't want the bigger icon to be like a blank screen or something, you need to download a separate file called high quality icons. That when you extract that file, you'll get a menu folder. It used to be a little, the procedure's a little different from earlier, but basically what you do with, why is it color shifting so much? Sorry, my webcam is doing the color correction thing, even though I've disabled this in the past. It's acting weird. Um. Anyway, easily distracted person aside. Once you take that once you take that zip file and extract it, you'll get a folder called menu. When you extract your Elden Ring Reforged game folder, what you'll want to do is take the newly extracted menu folder that you have, and you can simply drag and drop into the ERR folder. It already has a menu folder in it, so if there, it might ask you, do you want to merge these files? And if so, you'll hit yes. Now, I didn't even get this, but then again, um, I wasn't merging into an old folder. I typically make a new copy of Elden Ring Reforged. I use a new folder every time, and I do the extraction process beforehand, so there aren't old files to replace. So I didn't get asked that. But just in case you do, or you have it set to always ask you if you want to merge these files, you can generally safely merge them. So long as you remember to name the file whatever you're going to do afterwards. I rename it to mod after I've deleted the old mod folder and mod engine, but you could do it however you want. If you keep the ERR version number XXXX, and you tell the document to you tell the corresponding mod engine document to, like, hey, I want you to use this folder. You like set the pointer there, then you should be fine. That's a text document. You can simply type the name of the folder and it works fine. I prefer the rename and reuse method myself. Much easier. Far less confusion. But that's me. Um, Apart from that, Javelin of Gold had some bugs. It's fixed. And there's a new spell called Singularity, which I am not it. I kind of know what the basis for it is, but we need to find the Alabaster Lord that drops it. I kind of don't want to spoil it off more often than that. Additionally, I think we might have mentioned or saw in some catacombs where the slimes that were, you know, infecting people with scarlet rot rotted themselves and died. That shouldn't be happening anymore. That was apparently a bug. It has since been fixed. And then in version 4.81, nothing to note. Just, updated to the proper calibration, which ER's base calibration is 1.08.1, and there were some recipes and text. It more or less is just a glorified bug fix patch. So, yeah, that's the whole mod. That's all of the patch updates. Again, I will put a timestamp for the actual gameplay. When we actually get ready to make some of these items, I will probably use the system then. Incidentally, on top of costing runes, boy, are these expensive to make now. We will not be storing our runes so easily for now on. But on the bright side, On the bright side, we don't have to worry about farming flowers, at least regular earth leaf flowers anymore. We could definitely make do without those. Okay, that's enough of that. We can finally see the game. Great stuff, I know. Now, I do not believe I have moved from... Oh, there's something else. I went ahead and got the, I went ahead and picked up the Elden Ring debug tool. That is a separate program that you can run that will basically let you spawn items. It will let you unlock rest sites, all that fun stuff. No, I did not unlock the rest sites. You don't have to worry about that. The only thing I did with this is to pick up Stone Sling, which we would have missed anyway, because we already killed the Alabaster Lord that dropped it, and he wasn't coming back. Let's go ahead and sort of review, look at our new find. We won't get to use this yet. One of the glintstone sorceries that manipulates gravitational forces, pulls a stone from the earth and sends it flying. This sorcery can be cast while in motion. A gravitational technique studied by the young Radon. His master was an alabaster lord with skin of stone. Well, that's quite a bit of additional headcanon, but it's not unreasonable. I think Radon went to the academy to learn some sorcery, but I believe he also visited some heretics to pick up the rest. This isn't an unreasonable stretch. This sorcery will generate additional FP on hit. This was the counterpart to Golden Star, which I'll demonstrate it again because it's been a while, but this is our Golden Star. It's a nice, slow incantation that does do quite a bit of damage, but the bigger sell on it is that it has tracking. Now let's see if the level up screen is right.
Your thoughts, your ambitions.
Okay, that actually works as expected. That's great. Animations are much faster on that. Admittedly, we do have, if for those who are new, you do have to bear with Melina until you kill Godric and you get your first great rune, but you're already kind of pointed, you're already kind of directed to do this, so I don't see it as a big deal or anything. I believe one encampment I can use to sort of show this off might be the 4 belfries. Yeah, there's an encampment just past that, or like sitting perched to the left, that might have items. Yeah, I kind of want to demonstrate this before we start exploring Caelid any further. Now that I've gotten all of the interesting or mundane talk, I don't know why I said interesting. Now that I've got the mundane talk out of the way, how's everyone doing? Again, I do apologize for it taking as long as I did on that. Part of that was definitely I started late. Another part of that was most definitely I had correspondence when I wasn't expecting it. And another part of that was just showing you guys the Discord server I'm working on and going over all of the patch notes that we didn't have an opportunity to cover since I hadn't really been streaming Elden Ring that much lately. I've missed most of the... Oh, there's a tutorial for us. Hey, look at that. Hey, everything's been tutorialized. Great job, Kernifer. And I'm sure Ivy had no small part in that either. Ivy's been a powerhouse. I congratulated them for their role becoming part of the team. Again, I hesitate to use this word because, again, Kernifer does most of the... handles most of the mod. Again, Ivy's own words, not mine. But my hope is that, with a proper team around Carnifer can finally take a load off. This mod is now reaching a good size. Before it was just Carnifer by themselves with maybe occasional outsourcing, but now we have multiple contributors. There's a community that is still going through some growing pains. There have been some scuffles and some rustling of feathers and some bannings, of course. But eventually, this community will reach a nice size, and I look forward to seeing how that shapes out in the future. Again, congrats to you, Ivy. I really mean that. Enemy camps can be found throughout the lands between. Defeat all of the red-eyed camp guardians, okay, plural, to unlock the chest and claim the camp's treasure. Combat with a camp guardian will disable Torrent and increase the attentiveness of other enemies in the camp. Camp guardians will revert to regular enemies once the camp has been cleared. Okay. So we look for the red eyes. That's how we're gonna know. That's how we're gonna know. That's how we're going to know that we're dealing with something that is more powerful than before. Can we take you? We cannot take you out yet. Well, I have to try to continually interpose something to keep that sorcerer from harassing us. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let's get rid of that sorcerer before things get dicey. Yeah, there's one of them now. Yeah, look, they take like double the amount of hits too. It's pretty great stuff. But I'm kind of having to really watch to make sure they aren't doing anything insane. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. I don't know where all the encampments are. There will eventually be... I don't know if the changelog website has this yet. If it does, I'll go look up the ones that we need. That we should have experienced, but haven't yet. And we'll kind of do a sort of wrapping up, but I do want to at least demonstrate one of them. Trying to think if there's anything else I want to mention. No, not particular. Actually, yes, there is. Now that I'm thinking on it a little harder. So, I've got signed up for classes and I've ordered books. So basically my intention for, let's go ahead and drink up here. My intention for the new school year is to focus a little more than I have been. I'm kind of on my ropes for whether or not I can be there, so I want to make sure I'm taking it seriously. Not that I don't, but there's a difference between studying hard and coasting, right? But as a result of taking on new coursework, my schedule has changed. Right now I'm good, but on January the 9th of 2023, I will effectively be in class on the normal days I would stream. Luckily, I wasn't aiming for this at all, but I managed to work it out where I can just change the days that I stream on and be fine. So for And we also lose a streaming day, unfortunately. Again, I need to make sure I'm focused, and that means that I don't stream. I don't stream that much. Um, and additionally, Twitch folks are the ones that are going to feel it. The audience I'm streaming to today. Um, well, hi there, good sir. Don't even think about it. Thank you. So instead of Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday, it'll be um Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Sunday is stable. I can continue to use it for the time being. And then we just shuffle the days over and lose one. So again, instead of Tuesday and Thursday, it is now Wednesday and Friday. That's pretty much it. That's about the only change that's actually there. Hang on just a moment. Thank you. Come again, never. Yeah. So, my apologies to the Twitch folks. I hate that you're the ones that are losing out on this, but, I gotta get things done. Additionally, though, whenever I do have spare time, one of the other reasons that I'm choosing to paygate the Discord, it's not just, I want to bar riffraff, and I use riffraff in air quotes. What I mean is, or the other reason for paygating it is I want to be able to stream other stuff sometimes. I feel a little too rigid, stiff. I like to be able to stream when I'm going to be having fun the most. When I stream these, it's not that I don't have fun or anything, but they're structured. I'm here to show you something, right? I would like to be able to, tuck my collar down, unbutton it a little, and loosen up. Just a little. So, I might be doing private streams on my Discord from time to time, exclusively for the Discord folks, playing a variety of stuff that won't be scheduled. It'll be one of those whoever can be there will be there, and we'll kind of go from there. But, that's not set in stone yet, and additionally, I don't want to make you guys pay for non-obligational material. Things I don't have to commit to, basically. When I want to, give you a service or something, I want you to be able to have a seal of approval on it. That when I'm there, when I'm giving you my time, I'm giving you the best I have. I'm not giving you second rate. I'm not giving you unprofessional, relaxed, maybe, but not unprofessional material. I want to make sure I'm giving you a good service, and I deliver it with a smile. Oh God. Yeah, remember, there's a higher alertness on enemies compared to normal. Is that a red-eyed one there? No. No, we'll know where the red eyes are. It can be tough to get a cast in edgewise. It's good to be able to mix up your options sometimes. And incidentally, Golden Star is... Yeah, Golden Star is fine. for an FP generator, but it has no stagger to it. So we want to be able to. It's lacking when we need the poise break, basically. So every tool has its purpose. Every tool. Yeah, we still can't mount here. We have not cleared out the camp yet. That's fine. That just means we have a little more work to do. Oh, here's our red-eyed compadre right now. This might actually be worth setting up Poison Mist for. Oh, that was so close. I know I could just duck those stabs, and that's fine, but okay, we're gonna get a little distance here. With Warlock, you have to be really patient. And you kind of want to be pacing in a circle, too. And, you know, when the enemy is getting ready to spin, you do not just, you don't just approach them and let them spin into you either. That had some serious tracking to it. Alright, let's finish the guy off. We're waiting a little too long to make our move. Thank you. Somewhere, chest open. And we can summon Torrent. So we've cleared the camp. Hooray! Now we need to find where the chest is. Which I think might be over here-ish. Okay, so if you... Oh, what? Oh, no! That's awful. Alright, so the encampments we cleared. That's something else I'll have to use, I'll have to use the, debug tool for. Good to know. Alright, but yeah, here is the encampment. We will put a banner around that, so I know to come back here later. And, we can return to Caelid now. I just wanted to show that off. Real quick, like. Did we ever... We went to... I think we were in front of the fort, but I don't think we ever actually went there. But yes. You know, my school schedule has changed, and, I believe I have a scheduled document set up. Let me, preview my Twitch page real quick. This is gonna cause some frame drops, so I do apologize about that. Yes, I know. I want to be going to my channel. Yes, so on my About Me section, I have a scheduled panel, and that scheduled panel, contains two viewable booklets. One is called General Schedule, the other is the Game Schedule. So the Game Schedule hasn't changed. It won't be changing for a while. We're still doing Blasphemous, Grim Dawn, and Elden Ring. But my General Schedule has changed. And the big thing about this schedule is I've taken out the recording chunk. I'm going to handle any recording I have to do on a case-by-case basis. Most likely, I expect to be able to produce any short-form content during the summer when I'm off. and can actually dedicate a whole bunch of time to it. But while I'm on college terms, I'm not going to be able to do short form very much. Additionally, as my coursework gets harder and harder and harder, I may also have to try out different scheduling on my streams too. Uh, I may need to figure out something else or reduce the number of things I'm doing in my life to either make room or cut out streaming altogether. Like, this is a hobby, but I can't let my hobbies get in the way of my personal success. Sorry, but I do want to make sure I cultivate the time we have together. It's important. Nothing lasts forever except death. That is permanent. Only Jesus came back from the dead. Um. Oh right. We should actually explore the cave first. Now that I'm thinking about it. Hi. Yeah, they're still going to like be working on taking this thing out, but we should just take it out ourselves. Beautiful. We'll have to use generators eventually. And that was not a generator. I mistook this for Golden Star. That is really sad. Yeah, I want to make sure we cultivate the time together. And that's another reason why I'm setting up the Discord server is I'd like to be able to hang out even when I can't stream. And cultivating a community is exceptionally important. Those are things I'm working to fix. But they take time. They take a lot of time to do right. But you guys are worth it. It's important to me. I hope it's important to you. Although I might have been gone too long. That 4-year stint and my recent lapses in streaming might have been more than enough, and I understand that. People want consistent viewership. Additionally, Twitch is still not in a good place right now. In terms of what it wants to be. I'm not sure. I can't help but think that Amazon is just personally trying to take the platform. It's kind of like Hasbro from that's responsible for Magic the Gathering. Like, I can't help but feel that these days, rather than just say, sorry, we don't see this as profitable, we're not going to continue making this product or performing this service, these days that's not enough. No. People, corporate execs actually want to tarnish or damage a product to the point that people don't want it, just for the purposes of profit. I got news for you. The only service that is net profit, that has net profit, is an information service. And guess what? Governments would much prefer to use their own information brokering services. Like the FBI. An arm of the government will be far more efficient at obtaining information than anything else. And because it's the government can afford to go in the red in order to properly fund its coveted information service. The government would much rather do that and cut on costs where it can than to employ private information networks that employ a suite of pseudo-services in order to help pay for costs, operating costs. The times have taken a turn for the interesting, desperate, craven, and dark. Things have taken a turn for the worse. just in general on this planet. We've got to find a way to make fusion technology available and get humans off planet as soon as possible. And the reason I say that is not because, oh, well, we can't take care of our planet, let's go screw up another one. It doesn't help the human species survive. One. Two. We're reaching a point where humans have too many disparate cultures that do not want anything to do with one another. Nothing. They don't want to compromise. They don't want to let be. They want a world where everything is theirs. Understandable. That's part of the human inclination, is to be reductivistic and monistic, paring everything down to simple extremes that serve one's own beliefs. I really have to figure out what's going on with this webcam, because I did disable this once before, and I need to figure out how to do it again. But because of this... What was I going to say? Because of that inclination, cultures, nations, and countries that tend to work on or have a slogan of operating by summing the difference, basically, perfect squares, or settling the difference. Eventually, those kinds of things collapse, because that's not the way that humans want to behave. They like it when everyone thinks the same way. It's the whole hive mind thing, and it's really strong in social structures. And if there are differences, they have to be meted out some way. And as additional splintering in these sorts of cultures and countries like the U.S., but there are some others. Ethiopia comes to mind when I think of the Civil War. Their Civil War. Subtle differences of distinction in one school of thought soon lead to a difference in culture, and that soon leads to disparate cultures not wanting to share land or borders with one another. Eventually, if the differences become too great, too palpable, too noticeable, too anathemic to these various groups. I'd even go so far as to say sometimes people who are LGBTQ plus sort of fall into this camp too. There are a lot of people on this earth that wish trans people and non-binary people harm, and you can only do so much within a rigid social structure before things break. That's another reason why being a multiplanetary species would be helpful to us. It would give LGBTQ people a sanctum, a place to really call their own. Um, a place to call their own, with their own rules. That they are free to enforce, change, or dismiss when they are no longer convenient. Unfortunately, I think even that big group which is supposed to be mostly unified, I think there's starting to be some splintering even then, and that could be a problem. That being said, you guys didn't come here to discuss human empiricism or imperialism. You came here for Elden Ring content, and I do want to deliver that to you. That being said, I need to get up, take a stretch break, need to run some ads, so we are going to take a break. Don't worry, I'm only going to run one. One per intermission. And after that, I will tell you about our channel point rewards, because I don't think those get used often enough. But get a drink, get a snack, comfort your loved ones. And that is what we will be doing when we return. See you guys after this commercial break. I am back, folks. I am sorry about that. Um, Hopefully everyone had a good short intermission break. First, a little PSA about masks. COVID, COVID Omicron variant version 2B.C or something like that. It's out there. It's out there. It's creeping around. It pierces vaccine immunity. All that fun stuff. Uh, if you're gonna wear a mask, don't bother with the disposables anymore. Don't even bother with the cheap medical disposal masks. Those do not cover your face like they should. Instead, get an N95. There are a couple of different varieties of N95, and they aren't exactly cheap. I think a box of like 20 was 40 US dollars. I'm estimating here based on the last time I bought a box. Um, but they will save your life in the long run as long as you A, put them on correctly, and B, that you use them only as recommended and only as you're supposed to. Now there are some ways you can stretch your masks and make them more economically serviceable. First, here's how you put on your mask. So what you'll do is, it might be a little difficult with the headphone on. I'll take that off. I'll also take off my glasses because I can't put on these sorts of things. I can't put on these sorts of things with my glasses on very well. I do it when I'm feeling lazy. So, this is what putting on a mask looks like. I try to do this every so often. This is to just kind of help people who maybe don't know how to put these things on correctly. Ignore. Even in my blurry video. Okay, we should be back. I'm sorry about that. Um, I'll have to refix the whole stream key situation because it dropped like 700-ish frames. Anyway, most N85s that I've seen have two straps, top one, bottom one. Top one goes over the ears if you've got hair like I do that tends to make putting it around your ears difficult. Won't want to stay. uh I recommend lifting up your hair and putting those straps behind your ears. They need to kind of sit flush there. I have slightly different sized ears. It's easier to hold in my right than it is my left, but those are things you'll just have to watch out for when you are putting on your N95 or KN95, depending on your particular manufacturer. Bottom strap goes under the ear, around the neck, and it helps if you don't have hair there. If you do, you'll want to lift it and put it in a bun or something so it stays out of your way and doesn't get underneath the strap and start pulling. Yeah, just when you're out in public or if you've got someone in your house that has COVID-19 or is experiencing COVID-19 type symptoms, runny nose, coughing, sneezing, aches. Basically, if you think they've got the flu and you can see the runny nose as like a starting symptom, definitely wear one of these. It will save your life. Just make sure you crimp the nose strip afterwards. Men, if you've got facial hair, as you can see, I've got wild and burly patches of it. I need to trim this big time. You might want to think about trimming your facial hair. I know when I go back to class, I will have to do this because I will need to follow protocol, which is to wear one of these when I'm in a lab. I'll go ahead and take this off now. The viral particulate is so fine that unless you're wearing an N95, it will not protect you for a long enough period of time. If you know you're going to be out there for hours and hours, wear one of you need to wear one of these. I would wear a disposable mask, like a regular disposable mask, only if you're going to be somewhere for 15 minutes or less. And I would only go without a mask if A, you're feeling like catching COVID-19, or you're going to be somewhere for less than 5 minutes. 10 to 5 minutes. That's about how long I would that's about how long I would go somewhere without a mask. Your trip to the gas station or a rest stop, for example. In places where people aren't likely to loiter around. Forgot what my second PSA was going to be, but I generally try to educate people on these masks. Depending on the research that gets confirmed or denied as being plausible, even the N95s may not be safe to wear due to again, the size of the viral particulate. If it's of a certain small size, say just a few microns or smaller, even these micro mesh N95s will not help you. Charcoal filters won't help. If it's nanoscopic, no mask will help you. The way in which you'd probably mass spread COVID-19 would definitely be if someone managed to nanize the particulates and then respread them. Yeah, there would be no defensive measures for this. As heat treating or anything else also generally doesn't work on viruses, and even chemical disinfectants only help so much. Oh, and we set the music to 1. And let me change that back. I'm forgetting what I wanted to talk about. It'll come back to me, or maybe it won't. Oh, channel points. That's right. So here in our hallowed storm halls, we have a nice little currency called amperes. What do amperes do, you might ask? Well, I believe it is channel rewards? Nah, that ain't it, Chief. Hold on, I need to look this up now. I thought that was the command. That is not the command. It is amp rewards. I should have remembered this. It was close. No, it wasn't. Okay, so we don't have that much for channel rewards, but and I have changed this a little bit. Most of the custom commands work fine. It's the generic stuff that got a slight change. So, for example, for 50 points, you get amperes at roughly 10 per... I want to say it's like either 5 per 10 seconds or 10 per 10 seconds. It's something like that. Or maybe it's like 10 per minute. It's something to that effect. It's slight, but it's not negligible. It's not a negligible amount. So for 50 points, you could get me to sit up straight, which of course I will have to tilt up my camera for. Or you could do an AMA for 50 points. You can also highlight your message for 50 points that used to be 100. I've tweaked that slightly. So if you spend just 5 minutes in here, and that's enough time for you to verify that your account is indeed a Twitch one and not a bot account, you can get me to answer a question, give me a posture check so I sit up nice and straight for about 5 minutes, or you can highlight your message and that will definitely catch my attention. For 100 points, you can get me to hydrate. I will find a beverage. It won't always be water, folks. Be aware. Hashtag not sponsored by Coca-Cola. And I will take a drink. For 150, I will stretch my joints for 60 seconds. I will get up, tilt the camera. Probably have to move it too, which I do not count against the 60 seconds. And I will sit there and stretch for you. For 300 points, you can make me do an in-game action. If it would be detrimental to my LP, I will make a save first before doing it. With games like Elden Ring, this is even harder, so I might reserve the right not to do them, and I might instead refund your points to you. I can give you as many points as you like. After all, I'm subbed to my own channel. It only makes sense. For 400 points, I will wear a hat for you for the next 5 minutes. For 1,000 points, and I didn't leave myself enough notes, but if there is a word or words that I would normally read around, I will say them. I will hold exceptions for that rule if it is a slur, if it is racially charged, if it is unacceptable to say at other points during the stream, or it is a violation in terms of service, then I will not only ignore the request, but I will also ban you. Don't do this. Use what Fox didn't say, which is 1,000 points, carefully. For 2,500 points, you can make me be quiet for 5 minutes. I will observe this. I might reserve the right to ignore it if I need to discuss something important. Otherwise, I will be quiet for 5 minutes. Finally, for 5,000 points, I will take off my glasses for you. I will, I want to be really careful. So I can play fine enough without my glasses, but... Reading chat? Oh no, it's a blurry mess. I gotta get up. I basically gotta get up and squint at the screen to read, but I'll do it. I'll do it. Because what I might misread could be funny. Other than that, you got the standard Twitch stuff, sub-only mode. If I choose to activate sub-only mode and you want to say something, it's 250 points. If you want to unlock a random emote, I think it's for like an hour or 30 minutes. It's 320 points. If you want to choose one to unlock, it's 480 points. And if you want to modify an emote in some way, I do not believe the change is permanent. You could do that for 900 points. We do not have a whole bunch of stuff here, but what I do have is meant to kind of help with engagement, basically. So take that into account. Feel free to use any of them. Just don't be surprised if I ignore them if you violate terms of service. That's all. That kind of goes without saying, but I'm saying it explicitly because sometimes I feel people need it. You know, people forget that there's a terms of service, and that streamers actually have to regulate what you say and do. And we have mods whose sole purpose is to regulate what you say and do. But that is our job. We want to bring you quality, top-notch entertainment. We can't do this if we're having to regulate uses of the N-word, R-word, saying the Lord's name in vain. That is technically not one that is regulated by Twitch, but I regulate it. I don't like it when you say the Lord's name in vain. Please don't do that here. Or if you use certain reclaimed words, like the modified form of the N-word, if you use that in an attempt to get me to say it, I'm going to ban you. Don't do it. Just stuff like that. So, back to actual gameplay. I wanted to mention the channel points, though. They don't get nearly as much attention as they should. I do want to fix this. It just takes time to do, and I have to remember on top of that. Trying to think if there are other things I'd like to talk about. So, welcome to Caelid Tunnel. If you guys will recall, we went in through the backside of this several episodes ago. Yeah, sure, bud. Come back here. Okay, there is still some glitchiness with this. In the Caelid Tunnel, we have a number of things that we can sort of do here. One of them being totally scanning for things to kill, like these octopi that are in the background. Or these land octopuses, excuse me. But I believe this particular mine guards access to the level 2 or the tier 2 bell bearing. Yeah, if my memory serves me correctly, this is where we find that. And the level 2 bell bearing will give us access to level 3 and level 4 smithing stones, which can be used to upgrade a variety of weapons. Granted, we already have one of the better weapons in the game to use. That's the Sword of Night and Flame. We can get rid of the cold hook claws for the time being, and the Sword of Saint Trina. There is no reason to use those right now. Those are mainly for troublesome and problematic enemy types. This lovely little sword, which you get from the Carrion Manor, will boost stealth attack damage and drain the status effects for us, which, if we have the proper charm equipped, we can practically keep ourselves from going mad while also making others go mad really easily. Like, extremely easily. It's pretty good. It's very serviceable in what it wants to do. Wait, do they blow up now? What? That's really interesting. I didn't know these miner guys did that. That they blew up on taking fire damage. That's impressive. I was just kind of expecting to have to constantly deal with these, but if they're gonna blow up... Beautiful. I love that little interaction. Now we can use generators. Oh no. Well, come on then, show us what you've got. Show us you mean business. Or don't. You can die too. That works. And I thought for just a moment those guys had facial hair. They don't. They actually look like hollow ones from, or like the undead in the Dark Souls series. Which this is adjacent to, but I wouldn't call it a Soulsborne title. They're not all set in this horrid universe. This is actually a lovely place with many NPCs you can talk to. And you can watch the genius that is R.R. Martin. George R.R. Martin. You know, write the NPCs off into oblivion. Sorry, I need to keep myself from, having too many speaking issues. I need to go get a nasal strip at some point, but that can occur later, not right now. Additionally, the next intermission I take, which will probably be in another 40-50 minutes from now, will in fact be a slightly longer one, so we'll probably play a 3-minute ad there. As I need to discuss dinner with my house guest, as both my folks are out at a party, so they've got their dinner covered. We have to manage for ourselves. But Gale Tunnel, which is next to Gale Fort Gale, excuse me, has access to, I want to say it's mostly a haven for smithing stones, sombers, and regular ones. Trying to make sure I pay attention here. Nice, nice. If we two-hand this, we can get the backstab. People will call reinforcements here, so you do have to mind that. So as long as you keep your eyes and ears peeled, you'll be fine in these mine shafts. There is a guy down there who will most definitely call for reinforcements. Don't even think about it. And the nice thing about having our sword and our left hand like that is that if I don't think I could cast a spell, I'm not going to. I'm going to get out of the way and counter with a couple of sword strikes instead. It still generates FP, but it gives us a different attack angle. And if I really feel I need to, I can always two-hand it and try to do some of the special stuff with it. It's not as good as a spell, but it has a variety of uses. We basically get access to all of our damage types, even if we don't have all of them slotted. As our Warlock build is not exactly equipped for these tight spaces like this, it's best in boss fights. Gotta be careful. Sometimes they're marionette soldiers hanging up across the way. I don't think they're hanging up in here. There is a magma worm in there. Good to know. We'll just grab this smithing stone. Oh, well, look. We missed the conversation with Alexander, I think. It's not a big deal if you miss it. He pretty much says, oh, I see you cleared the way for me, champion. I'll meet you at... we'll meet whenever we next can, or do. Not much more to say than that. Let's see if I can make this golden amalgamate and ingenious alchemic. Let's see if we can do that. It takes... I don't memorize these amounts, by the way. It takes 10 ingenious. Let's do that first. We'll just make one of these. And a golden amalgamate. Which we will have to make 2 of here. Okay. Good to know. Now we can make 1. I will probably get royally screwed out of this rune arc immediately, but don't let it be said that I don't quest for power, because I do. Alright, as for the thing we will be summoning, let's use probably the demi-human ashes here. Don't worry, when I do the hitless challenges, I won't be using the spirit summons. You won't have to worry about that. Actually, the spirit jellyfish might be better here. Oh, it's been a while since I fought one of these. That is not what I wanted to drink. Oh, poor jellyfish. It is just gone. Our point in doing this is like basically to try to bleed it out from the inside out. We need quite a few more rot applications in order to actually... Yep, there we go. Now let's regenerate and do this again. Yeah, thankfully the regular magma worms don't, I do not know if... I don't think they have the standing phase, if I remember correctly. Ow. Yeah, and with the Warlock Fortune, what we kind of want to do is sort of, we kind of want to alternate between casting damaging dangerous spells and casting these generators or other status buildup moves so that they're dying at a reasonable rate and we aren't just applying status all the time. That'll only get you so far. I need to wait for him to not be doing this there below 25 health, which I thought would probably... thought that would probably get his attention. Nice spin to win. Here comes another one. We probably won't get to another round of status applications. That's something else, too, that takes a little bit of finesse and really is only something you can learn as you're doing the fights or as you become familiar with a damage breakpoint for the fight. At some point, you gotta just stop applying status and start doing damage. Start just using regular attacks to do your damage. I think this might be... No. It's over here at Fort Gale. I'm trying to remember. There's definitely another sword we can use, we can get later, that offers a very interesting piece of lore, but it's not here. So, gotta think dinner thoughts. And doing this aloud might help me. My house guest would like Chinese. Like, proper Chinese is fine. But, like, takeout really messes with my stomach something good. So I gotta figure out what I want. We had pizza recently. I don't want to do that. Huh. Well, there's chicken. There's burgers. Oh, we got a whole smorgasbord of options where I live. And if I'm willing to pay extra, I get access to a lot more. Grubhub Plus, which you get through a Amazon Prime, I think, is a great service. I love it. Instacart, same thing. Now that I know Instacart exists, it's been around for a surprisingly long time, but now that I know it exists, I am definitely making use of it. I'm gonna let those guys deal with the pupper over there. I mean, okay, I say that I will constantly be using it, and that is probably not true, because shopping is kind of a religious experience. Not a religious, it is a spiritual experience for me. I love going out and seeing new things and sampling wares on the market if they do that. Of course, now that COVID is here and has been for a while, I don't do that anymore. It doesn't matter how many sanitization protocols you follow, the idea that food has been sitting out there absorbing particulate is not a particularly fun thing to think about. And that particulate is coated in COVID-19 protein spikes. Don't want to be thinking about that. But I love the activity of shopping and window browsing. I love all that. Are you just gonna like... I was like, what are you doing? Nice, nice. I love our long-range options. It's not that long-range, though. Are you gonna pull out a crossbow? You are. Okay, I guess let's get this pull over with. Gotta be careful. These things have an AoE too, and can leave patches of fire like around everywhere. Alright, back off. Can I get him in the back? No, I cannot. Regretfully. Yeah, these things are very dangerous. There's a good reason why they are routinely ignored. They're routinely ignored in playthroughs. God, awful. And, you know, challenge runners also ignore these things. And just trying to predict when these things are going to fire is really difficult. I do not like chewing on cough drops. My phone, why are you going off? We're gonna rest and reset that. That's too many resources to spend on an enemy. As you can see, it is just better if we simply ignore these things, as our runes are up there. Yeah, our runes are up there on the hill. Near those two machines, just like this one, that we also kind of want to be avoiding right now. Gotta be careful. I wonder if they're following us here. See if we can outsmart them. Good. We were able to outsmart them. Congratulations. Spellcasting here, without them, returning to wherever they were going to be, can be kind of a problem. We should wait. Yeah, that distance is reasonable. We will come back for that, but not before clearing out the encampment. These forts are filled to the brim with soldiers. I think I went over this last time we were here, because we came here, we fought some enemies, we killed some great knights that shot some gravity stuff at us, like gravity great arrows, and then proceeded to, like, die. Yeah, here comes the great bow, like the harassment now. Speaking of harassment, yeah, there's like a ram straight from them. There's no place that's safe, by the way. Oh, come on. Charge forward. Or don't. Your choice. We basically kind of need to use the terrain to our advantage. Alright, they're going to spin. We can use their sort of invulnerability to, kind of keep us out of harm's way. We need to find a new obstacle to use. But we can also use it to easily cast generators at them for gaining our FP back. Even when enemies don't take a whole bunch of damage, they can still be useful. Don't discount, if you're a caster, don't discount the importance of needing to build our FP reserves. I want to be careful. That could be the difference between killing an enemy and letting them kill us first. Okay. They're gonna start spinning yet? Yeah, they are. Thankfully, it's not like they have separate HP pools. So if you're killing the battering rams, you're totally killing them. And the operators too. It's both. Thank goodness. I would hate to have to deal with more of them. I feel like I should have come here with like a darkness spell. But we'll see if that decision ends up haunting us. That is bad. Come on. Where's this guy? I need this guy. Is he stuck in the ground? Yeah, he is. He's stuck in the ground. Come on. Now I have to worry constantly about great arrow spam. Oh, and these things get great vantage. Get, like, absolutely magnificent points of view. So, I mean, if we perk our heads out to start casting spells, we are getting return fire. So, if you're casting spells and you're not wearing heavy armor, you do want to be very careful. Or, sorry, let me use the right terms. You know, armor with a high weight rating. If you're gonna use heavy, bulky armor, you might be okay. The gravity will most certainly pierce your defenses, but you might be able to take more punishment. As something between a heavy melee combatant and a caster, we can't really be taking too much punishment. If you ever want to know more about our Elden Ring build, or Elden Ring Reforged build, you can type in !ERRB, all lowercase, no quotes, and it'll... I'm sorry, not ERRB, I'm sorry. !player build, all one word, all lowercase, and oh, that was close. And they all like spinning. Gotta be careful. We could end up bumping into Great Knights by accident and making this much more painful than it needs to be. Let's see if you like this. If you see foes in heavy shields, and they don't have the poise to back up what they're blocking, punish them with Honed Bolt. It will most certainly help you out. Let's go ahead and heal up. I do not think there's any way up that sheer cliff except by going around the front. And I believe that Teardrop Scarab we're hearing is one that restores either health or FP, or the flasks that correspond to those. Ah, here you are. Yeah, look, we've normally 4 to 6 casts is about where madness starts. And we still have not actually developed any madness. And we took out that Great Archer or Great Knight, no problem. It's fantastic. And if the Great Knights go down with relatively little effort because of Frenzied Burst... Not Frenzied Burst, I'm sorry, what am I thinking of? Yeah, no, Frenzied Burst is correct. Breathe your fire, my dude. You do that. Try not to say dude either. That's something everyone says too much of. There's certain gamerisms I try really hard to avoid. One of them is dude. I know if you're part of, like, certain in-groups, it's less of a concern, but I'm not part of those in-groups. I do my best not to be. I mean, I'm a gamer whether I want to be or not. It's what I'm doing, but... there's the madness. Yeah, these guys do have a fair amount of madness resist. Oh yeah, these knights with the red eyes, I think have something like double the health. And apparently we stumbled into an encampment without even realizing it. You know what? That makes sense. I like that. We didn't even have to be that careful. I do hear footsteps. I do not think those are the clinkety clank of the Great Knights, though. Explosive great bolts. Great arrows or great bows and like ballistae in this game are in a really interesting place. They get access to some damage types, but they really don't get access to a whole bunch of status effects. And I think, upon seriously considering it, it does make a lot of sense. You'd have to apply an insane amount of status buildup for great. You basically have to guarantee the status for it to be worth it at all, even a little bit. And that's not a that's I don't think that's great gameplay design. I think that encourages not necessarily degenerate strats, but strats that are not and should not be viable because they are too cumbersome to be considered as part of ensuring good gameplay, like a good gameplay package. Um, Great bows and, ballistae slash hand cannon should be really quite focused on high damage, high knockback. And those two do their jobs quite well. Alright, let's knock you out. You guys might be asking yourselves of what awaits us here at Fort Gale. Well, I've got good news and bad news. Good news. There's treasure here. There's quite a bit of treasure here. Bad news. We have to go through a leonine enemy to get to it. Like, what are you talking about? All we've seen so far are soldiers. Trust me, what I say will make sense as soon as we go in through that front gate. Or actually, I think more specifically, that front gate is closed. Yeah, you see what I mean? That one drops, that one replenishes, Crimson Flasks. What is that? That is, like, way over there. We're not staring at Caelid. What is that? It's like a giant glowing spot. I'm not sure. I'll, have to take a picture of that and find out. I'll have to ask someone what that might be. I can't even think of what that might be. That looks like it's in Limgrave, so maybe it's like the Church of Anticipation? Or Chapel of Anticipation, excuse me? This is probably the chest here. See, now these encampment chests take on a nice gold glow. Yes, so now we find out what the purpose of these are. I kind of knew what they were, but I wanted to sort of wait, if you will. So, we now have a method for guaranteeing the rare sets that would normally take a bunch of grinding to do. You don't even have to grind them anymore. We quite literally just get access to them. Isn't that just amazing? And the night sets all increase, like, attack power by 0.8%. It's really small. So, and you don't even, it's not even accounted for in game difficulty. It's just a free perk. You should just, if you find an armor, with a nice set bonus, you should just use it. There's no reason not to. You're literally only punishing yourself if you're not, playing around, and you can mix and match them for even less effects. But you know, if you have something you really want to use, and you just really want to play with, or you really want Fashion Souls, you could totally do that. You could totally do that, and you aren't being punished. But if you're not taking advantage of the somewhere between 1% and like 10% bonuses, depending on what exactly the set does, you're just you're punishing yourself. I do not recommend. I need that I need that voice sample of Gale from Shin Megami Tensei Digital, is it, I believe it's Digital Devil Saga, or like Digital Saga, something like that. Where it's like, I do not comprehend. I do not comprehend. But I need it. I need to be able to deliver that line myself. Oh god. Yeah, that was 41,000 runes. I didn't just want to leave there to rot. So what I'm thinking is, as soon as we get up and around the compound here and get to the rooftop where I can show you what awaits, I'll find a nice place to hide and take my long-awaited intermission. Nope, nope. We're about 10 minutes off from that. About 10 minutes. Now, I think we have just enough time to explore the fort and then take the break. Yeah, I think I took intermission around the 1 hour and 6 minute mark, if my memory serves me correctly. If it's not, I'm truly sorry, but I do have things on break I gotta get done. Mainly, figuring out what's for dinner, and that is important. Either this is a way back around, or it is a way inside inside the fort. If I remember correctly, it could be both. Can I get the backstab off you? I don't think so. Yeah, you're just gonna turn around and get in the way. However, this is a way for you to... This is a good method for getting the jump. That is probably not what I wanted to do there. Yeah, it's pointing it below. Sometimes, folks, you need to free aim your spells. And or get your positioning exactly correct. I don't think it's gonna work the way I want it to. Oh, are you getting back in it? Aw, man. Gosh darn it. Yeah, okay, our positioning had to be really exact. Which I guess is fine. Is the important sound you were looking for. Gotta be careful with these. Their blasts could still technically reach up here. So if you're not paying attention, oh, please fall off the cliff. That'll make it totally worth it. Yeah, sometimes their flames can in fact wrap around here. And if that happens, you are going to get a nice dose of flame, and might even get knocked forward depending on how exactly... Okay, these things might actually be immune to poison. But they're not immune to rot, that's for sure. Or maybe they are. They are mechanical enemies, after all, even though they're being co-piloted by something organic. Okay, I guess. We have to figure out what we're doing. I have to be careful about this one. Luckily, I could jump that. And one of the nice utility features about Javelin of Gold is that it can totally slow things for you. We're just gonna sit here and quietly pretend that we don't exist. Yeah, Javelin of Gold can totally be used to take out enemy groups with some clever casting. Which is just fantastic. Because in situations like this, where, you know, you can lock onto the enemy, it's not always the most useful thing to do. In fact, a lot of the times where you would want to lock onto something, the enemy might have like a protective shielding or something. Something that makes it incredibly difficult for us to actually get around and do anything. This could be where Javelin of Gold comes in real handy. Unfortunately, I do not think this was the way. We can put on a bow, though. And that should give us... Yeah, we could even regenerate FP off of this. Which can then be... If you're ever in a pinch, folks, this is why I highly recommend we do not just simply discard our weapon options and, you know, play as a really pure caster, only using spells. Leave that for the hitless challenges. This build is meant to be a variety build that focuses on casting, but doesn't necessarily exclude other things. We can now get whatever this was. I don't even remember. Flame grant me strength. Ah, an attack power boost. That was very worth the trouble of coming back here. The 6 smoldering butterflies, not so much. And then we can just make the lap around to get up to the top of the keep. Top of the fort. So, I just want to say, I'm glad to be back and doing this. I'm sorry for missing Tuesday. I really, really am. But, I just did not feel right that day. I think I said I would stream after I took a nap, and I didn't stream. I woke up at 3:30. I think I definitely could have streamed, but for whatever reason, I just was not mentally in it. And on top of that, my gut was acting up, so I probably would have said some really funny stuff. I probably would have said some fantastic clip content, but I just did not want to show myself off like that. Really? That deaky little flagpole is blocking the way? Sure. Dude, if you want to jump down there, let that... that could be your prerogative. You can totally do that. Speaking of prerogative, this a Leonin warrior? Oh, there's a ladder up here. I see why they want to come up here so badly. Yeah, there's a ladder. Well, dude, you're you were totally trying to climb the ladder, but you just got knocked down several ELO. Never get on my level. I could do this all day. All right. So, unlike our friend here, who tried to climb the ladder and failed to get their matchmaking in, they were utterly destroyed. We're going to be much smarter and climb back below the fort exterior while I take my intermission break. Again, I don't know how long this one's going to be, so I have an idea, but I gotta talk to a person and sort of suss this out. So it could very well take 10 or even 15 minutes. But that being said, feel free to really get up and take a nice big stretch, and I will be back after that. Like I said, be prepared for a 3-minute ad, and I'll see you after the commercial break. Take care. Ugh, I am sorry about that. I'm back. I told people that this would be about 10 to 15 minutes. I think it ended up being about 20, but I had to straighten out some what people actually wanted to do. As it turns out, I wasn't there to tutor someone about how to use Grubhub services. I was there to punch in orders for them. That's fine. Just wish that had been ironed out from the beginning. So, um, hopefully everyone had a good break. I see that I got a first time chat from GFX Aaron 12. Hi. I'm sorry that I read your message 3 minutes late. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Really appreciate it. Um, I do want to clear the air regarding my graphics. Because I get this a lot. I have a lot of graphics art people that have followed me in like the last, I would say on my Twitch channel, not so much, but I've been getting a lot of Twitter follows lately from graphics artists who all want to offer their services. It's not that I don't like graphics artists, it's not that I don't want to be near them, but I have already gotten some services from another graphics artist, and I would like to wait a very long time before I get any more services from future graphics design artists. There might be room for, say, like YouTube, Discord, and or emote art in the future, but as it stands, I've already shelled out 300 within the last 6 months on graphics design art, and I do not want to shell more this time. But you are more than welcome to stay here, or anyone else that's a graphics design artist for that matter. Please don't let my response, um, don't let my response be a measure of who I am as a person to anyone that is currently watching. It's, I just want to be very clear and upfront about this type of thing, because it's been happening a lot. Where I will get offers from graphics design or visual effects design artists, and I would probably love your work or anyone else's work, but I can't afford to pay for them all, and I know you guys gotta eat. I know of a friend of mine who may or may not be getting graphics design work done or might need it. If I can, I will get access to their Twitch channel, because I know that's where they stream, and I can forward you or anyone else to them. Because I don't want starving artists. People got to get paid for their work. I understand this. I've just already paid a group of people. I've already like spent too much time talking on this as it is. So, Fort Gale. What awaits us here? Oh, it's not that hard. What's waiting for us here is death and misery, or cheese. Lots of cheese, Gouda. We're just gonna rock them out nice and slow. And probably try to get them to behave in a different way. We should probably also slow them down first. Just gotta be careful about the knights in the corner. And they will kind of actively dodge out of your way, so you do have to, you either gotta trap them by dodging in the corner, or... There we go, there's the frostbite I was looking for. Too bad your jumping isn't going to, save you here, friend. Ah, and see, there's the animation tracking we were talking about. Yeah, they'll just sit and jump out of the way for you. I don't even have to be locked on. Yep, they just read the freaking animation. Oh god, I was about to walk off the ledge. Not fun. And our reward is an Ash of War. Usually a very, very worth it skill. We'll take just a moment and read about our lovely new find. Lion's Claw. Where are we going to find that? Is that going to be over here somewhere? Lion's Claw, skill of the Redmanes, who fought alongside General Radon, somersaults forward. Ah, yes, it's the probably one of the more infamous ones. If you've ever seen the Redmane Knights, like, somersault forward with their swords, like, the ones that use the shields especially, not the great shields, but, like, the, large, heavy shields, yeah, they use that. This is that art. That's what they're using. Get some warming stones. Oh, I did not clear my bladder like I wanted to. I'll have to do that later. I'm gonna try and, like, hold it. I don't recommend that. That's not smart. Also, there's some forts like this where the gate is closed that you can open up later. I might not be able to hold it for very long. This is not one of those forts. Your way in and out is pretty much... Oh boy. Your way in and out is pretty much over the ladder and around the back. Alright. Can't hold it anymore. Gonna go real quick. Here is a 30-second ad for you. Sorry about that. I tried my best. I should have cleared it up during my last intermission, but I got too busy helping the house guest. Speaking of busy, my uncle stopped by today and gave me a gift. along with everyone else in the house. This is one of those adult gifts. I can't really show it off a great deal, because this is the full view of the camera, by the way. But yeah, it's a wall decoration. To be quite honest with you, and I can be honest with you, it's rude to not accept gifts. That being said, I love my uncle, but this is probably not the gift I want to be receiving. It's a well thought out gift, and I do like it. But I like it because it is sentimental, not because it is something I actually want. Complete difference. I am a modern minimalist or neo-modern person when it comes to house decor. I like it when my decorations are functional and not just, fun to look at. So, for example, I love when my furniture can double as a decorative piece on top of being furniture. I'm the kind of person who would probably have a retractable bed in the wall, or a person whose closet doubles as a sort of display, or things like that. I love doing that. It allows me to both showcase and keep things nice and tidy. Clean when I want to, clean them when I want to, keep them locked up and stored up when I don't. I am very, very, very into minimalist decorations as well. Like, I have my game display kind of behind me. I might not be able to turn to let you see it, but it's kind of in the corner. This corner over here. Yeah, those are all my game cases, buddies. Most of them. Ones that aren't on top are displayed pretty packed in the bottom. It's a place for storing game cases, not so much for displaying what I want to show. Which is unfortunate, but that is a simple truth behind my philosophy. If I were living on my own and I weren't just like having to co-opt manage space with other people, oh no, everything on display, displayed nice and neatly in furniture that doubles as that is both functional yet decorative. Because I don't like... How do I word this? Oh god. I don't like clunky furniture, or I don't like art for the sake of art in my house. I know that's strange, and I am a person who does generally like looking at art, like statues or paintings or stuff like that. But that stuff is nice in the museum. In my home, I do not want this. In my home, everything you look at must have a purpose. Convene the festival of war. Honor General Radon with a warrior's glory. It's in your hands, Sir Jaren. Oh, that is not a name we've heard of yet, is it? Ah, yes, they are talking about Sir Jaren. Let me check that. As, even though I used Grubhub to place this order, one, I used a different card, and two, it's still programmed to come in on my phone, so it's kind of important I pay attention, to the order, because if something needs to change or I need to take a call, I gotta go do that. Star Scourge Heirloom. I believe this one gives strength when worn? That sounds right. Yeah, it raises strength. A talisman engraved with a scene from a heroic tale. Raises strength. The mightiest hero of the demigods confronted the falling stars alone, and thus did he crush them. His conquest sealing the very fate of the stars. Yeah, this is what General Radon, might look like when he fights. And this is when it's directed at the stars. I don't think we want it directed at us. Unfortunately for us, General Radon is a shard bearer. We will have to fight him. So that will be directed upon us and any unfortunate nearby souls in the vicinity. I think I said several words that all meant the same thing effectively. I forget where this goes. I think this goes to like a prison or a cave. It's something like that. I don't just want to take random warps without knowing where they go ahead of time. So we're gonna mark that with a gate and get back to business proper. Which eventually means leaving this darn fort. Now I believe this particular fort also has a nearby prison underneath that is unlocked with a stone sword key, which we have a lot of. I hope we have a lot of. We have 19 of them. Yes, we have quite a few. Not much more to say than that. There's something over there, too. I believe we just wrap around like... Nope, we actually go around to the other side completely. That's fine. So, how's everyone liking Elden Ring so far? Everyone enjoying it? I sure hope so. I put a lot of time and care into this kind of series. I would really hate... I think we actually have to drop down, which is really weird. I put a lot of time and care in this series. It's a game that I deeply love, and I'm deeply serious about... Oh, we never did check this out either. First, is there a ladder for us to kick down? Don't think so. This is a one-way trip. Lantern on. You always gotta check for those peasant ambushers. You know, the guys in the cloth robes that like to grab you and stab you. Yeah, those guys aren't fun when they do that. And our reward is a guitar. A guitar is a bladed fist weapon with a retractable blade, basically. They don't always have to retract, but they definitely can. Imported dagger design with a rather unique handle. Sorry, I have to make sure I'm reading this right. The blade can be swung about as an extension of one's fist. Voldo from Soul Calibur uses these, or can use these. Yeah, the guitars are a very interesting weapon. I like them. One other test. I believe I have... Okay, this does show up with 7TTV. Or 7TV, excuse me. And I only have the old ones are better TTV. That's unfortunate. Good to go. Good to know. Excuse me. Right. So up here. Up here is how we leave. Before that, we gotta wrap back around for our lovely item. We may actually have to fall off if we go that way. Gonna be over here through one of the towers, I'm assuming. It's supposed to be that tower, but there's no way we make that. Yeah, you don't make that. You actually have to make this jump. My apologies for all of my YouTube notices and all of my other notifications. I will have to silence this on campus. There are far too many noises to be made. There was a way to open this. Look. That's that gate underneath us. Oh my god. Yes, I know, Grubhub. You do not need to send me 6 notices about when my order will be here. I got it the first time. I get it. They have a job to do, and if they don't mention something or say something, then... Uh... Oh, right. Can't open this. I believe this is a fall of death. Or, nope, damage. Never mind. It's kind of hard to tell. You need to use your rainbow stones if you'd like to know exactly when to avoid this. But we're done here. We can leave. We can go now. Great stuff. Great stuff. Though we're not done with Fort Gale. Not yet. I mean, we're done with the fort. We're not done with the hill that is, you know, the Gale installation. We have one more spot underneath we can go to. And that place might even be more insidious than, Come this way, big guy. Yep. I love Frenzied Burst. It's one of... I mean, the Javelin of Gold and Frenzied Burst give each other a good run for their money. Both of them. They're both excellent incantations. Sorceries are kind of weird in this mod. They're more powerful. They do more damage per second. They're if you want someone dealing damage, you definitely want them to be using sorceries. Especially if you already have the utility provided by incantations covered. The damage archetypes that you kind of want for your four-person group, because that's another thing about Elden Ring Reforged, is that this thing is generally compatible with seamless co-op. For those that like, I want to play with my friends, you totally can. That is something you can do. Is it going to be 100% effective? No. No, of course not. They're going to have to abide by the restrictions of seamless co-op, and there are quite a few that are still currently being worked out, but... in every patch, and every DLC that comes to the table makes this process much more difficult. Let me just check my notices real quick. Okay, that's really weird. I'm not sure what that Discord notice was. I'm going to try to ignore it now. I probably should have retitled the stream if I'm being perfectly honest with you. I called it Caelid Wild, Free, and Rotted. That was supposed to be a Sick Puppies reference, but I think I should have just titled this the Fort Gale installation. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out my content naming, out. I'm still trying to do that. I thought I could have swore that was a person, but it's a nodule instead. I'm trying to figure out the naming. I want to be fun and witty about it, but I realize that what I'm making is an LP, and I need to kind of name them seriously. It would maybe a little more forethought than, well, I don't know where I'm gonna be, so I'm just gonna try to think of something witty, something clever, even if no one gets it. I'm gonna at least try to put some effort into the title, rather than, episode 43. There. You know, no commentary, no mic, no cam, just all the descriptive stuff. Like, all the technical overhead as a stream title is... it's weird. It's very weird. I think for Twitch it probably works fine. I have a Twitch associate of mine, a friend of mine, that, he titles his streams this way. And they work. People follow him. Wonderful guy. His name's Tony. But, because of what I'm trying to do, that doesn't exactly work. Oh, and that has some pretty serious tracking. Oh, there's that duck going into that was too early. Gotta be careful. Oh, and they're gonna hit really hard. Come on. This is about the right time for that physics class to come in handy. One more time for good measure. They spent a long time being defensive. I definitely could have bullied them with Honed Bolt. It's really strange. You kind of don't want to be doing that on those enemies, but at the same time, they will just block your stuff and wait for an opening. Nice, so that's how you get the foot soldier helms. Well, it's one of the ways you can get it anyway. We're kind of going a long way away from Fort Gale, but we kind of need to do that if we want to get at what's underneath it effectively. And, you know, not take a bunch of damage in the process. I think you can actually drop down from the cliffside and get something by doing that. We're gonna go back up. We do this a lot. You know, Elden Ring does this a lot, where like you'll see something or you'll remember something, and you're like, oh, if I know if I come at it from this vantage point, I'll be better served. Yeah, see, there's an item up there, kind of rewarding my memory for having played the game before. And then you actually act upon your intuition and your memory, and it really does pay itself. It pays the way forward. I might have to take a special intermission in the next 14 to 24 minutes just to kind of go get the food so that for health safety reasons, let's call it that. And let's not tarry upon that any further. Okay, these guys. No reason to be super loud about this. Are you gonna come up here, big guy? They can jump. That is something they can do. They can jump. Too bad this doesn't pierce guards either. And the rot should clean up the rest. This was a little small pocket encampment that is normally not worth your time unless you actually want the item up here. Oh, and you're here. Can't have that. Once our stats get high enough with this triple caster build, we will be able to steamroll these guys with just about any spell we choose. That being said, one of the disadvantages of this particular build we are using is, yes, I know, phone, I know. I actually have to go right now. Let me look around real quick and make sure there's nothing coming. We look like we're in a good... What was that? Not sure. Alright, I will go check out that Grubhub notice. Again, I have an order coming in. Sorry about this. We're gonna take a very tiny break, and I will see you guys right after. Sorry again about that. So on top of having to go retrieve the order, I got an incomplete one. Which I will have to file a, I'll have to file a report about with Grubhub so that, you know, people are charged what they're supposed to be and not any more or less than that. You shouldn't pay for things you didn't receive, right? I'm just gonna make sure that I didn't get a notice. I'm just gonna make sure I didn't get a notice. Drivers have been getting better about issuing notices or placing calls lately, but that doesn't mean they always do it. No, I got no notice of this. Yeah, I'll definitely be placing a report. But that can happen later. Not now. Now, we resume ERR, and do not worry, I will not be eating my burger on camera. I am, however, hungry, and will be eating my fries right now. But I will not be eating them by the handful. I will daintily eat them one at a time. And I'm sure the popping pustules and rotting geysers were fun to listen to while I was gone. No, I'll only eat them one at a time. People don't want to see slobs on camera. I already know this. It's kind of, I know, eating it on stream is so professional, but I have to cater to my physical human needs. I can't just not do that. So this is our miniature lake of rot. This would have been where we might have first encountered a large, just festering mass of rot. But we had to speed run to get the map fragments, kind of. So this actually isn't our first one. What is going on with Dorrit? He is dying so fast. Yes, you literally cannot stay in that very long. I will have to ask about the design intention behind this. Because this is just flat out ridiculous. At least he isn't experiencing scarlet rot. Thank goodness for that. But as far as, like, actually killing things in this swamp, you can forget about that. And I know, the reason that it's like this is because traveling through these swamps otherwise with Torrent does actually trivialize them. But surely there has to be a better way than how things currently are. Here we will see the rotten Miranda flowers that we could totally do something about, but really probably shouldn't. We probably should just move on. And if we linger here, we're gonna have to contend with scarlet rot, you know, ourselves, and not just have Torrent take boatloads of take boatloads of raisins for this. Or, yeah, boatloads of raisins. Great. Let's just keep 10 of these on hand. Alright. Not just one key, 2 keys are required. You can tell because the stone sword keys are missing from the heads of the imps. If you only need 1 key, one of them will already be inserted for you. Is this chest a trap? No, it's not a trap. That's good. We get a rune arc out of it. Even better. I felt that fry. At the back of my throat. And I was like, I gotta do something, I gotta do something. Anyone else ever have that feeling before? It's like, you're eating something you swallowed, but it gets stuck, or you feel like it's stuck, even if it's not actually stuck? Yeah, that's what just happened to me. Alright, let's level up.
With me. Your thoughts.
And we can go ahead and take off the, we can take off the, shoot, I totally forgot. Oh, the raisins. Right. We can totally just remove those. So here... in the fort... or here in the... I'm sorry, not the fort. Is the jail cave. So this is like a massive repository of like prisons underneath Fort Gale. One can almost call this the jail fort instead of Gale Fort. Yeah, Fort Gale, Fort Jail. Fort Jail. Yeah, I like Fort Jail a lot better. Merges two locations in one, and is a heck of a lot easier to say. I believe in these red-colored labyrinthine caverns. We also have, like, fall-through floors. You know, floors that are too weak. Yeah, floors that are too weak to support our weight, that are actually set up for us to fall in them. I think we're coming across one of those relatively soon. Right there. See this dirt patch with nothing on it? And the wailing of the people that we could clearly hear underneath us? Yeah, that's not stable ground. Another tell is that we can't go through here. We're funneled in this way. There's not even a path up here for us to use. Nope. Suspiciously, there's nothing here except for a way clearly marked back to the surface. Let's get this over with. What do you know? We're here, and we're on a bunch of... we're hearing a bunch of poor trapped souls that we have to, find some miraculous way to free. Luckily for us, we can just poison them. And of course they will just explode on their own. I'm not sure why that decided to depress itself, but it did. And that one should now get up and do the same thing. But I believe if we had just left them alone to explode, left them alone in that cell, they probably would not have done anything. Well, looks like one of them's getting up to do that. But spoiler alert, if we go and free them, which we will, we would have had to fight them anyway. So we would have had to deal with them anyway, right? So this just kind of saves us the trouble. And of course, once they actually get up and explode on their own, we can just let them explode and they will kill themselves. Never has a more serious inclusion of KYS been more prevalent than right now. Gotta keep your eyes and ears. Yeah, there is the vulgar militia. Not too far behind. Yeah, that's another group of people you're gonna find in here, are the vulgar militia, which will toss smoke bombs at you and generally make your life difficult. And we can, of course, and will, stack poison on these things. Okay. I love this. Please, let me pad my DPS out some more. Let me absolutely just pad it. And I'll burst you at the end when it doesn't even matter. In the end, you tried so hard, but got absolutely nothing. See this door? We can't open it from here. We gotta walk all the way around to find it. To find that door. This is the point where we can fall off and find it. There are also some rats here. I think we might have seen one earlier, but you'll definitely see more of them after falling down. Well, these aren't like Lloyd's talismans. You're not gonna... If you're thinking of scaring us with smoke bombs, that's not gonna work. I do not think we can open this. Nope, we have to go out and find the lever. Yeah, inside these jails should be a lever that will unlock all of the doors that don't open. This one, and the several that we bumped into earlier. All of them. Absolutely all of them have this, have the same unlock mechanism. Breathe in the beautiful poison. They're even bobbing back and forth to it. She's just fantastic. Do it again. Dance for me. This must be what it feels like to be a jailer. In a game, it is glorious. In real life, this type of thing is absolutely abhorrent. It should be stopped whenever possible. We're gonna ignore them now. And you'll see some sweet goodies in these cells that you won't want to forget either. And this is part of why I like things in locked cages when I'm a warlock. When I'm playing as a warlock, I can just poison them, and I stack it up enough, and, you know, they will just die. We can just get 3 runes. It's great. Oh, I believe this is the point where we will turn... okay, 2 things. One, I remember there being a hidden illusory wall behind these plank grates. Now, you totally have to go out of your way to find. Otherwise, you'll just loop back to the beginning. There is a boss here. And the other is, if you see this, like, big gate here, with the 2 vulgar militia standing outside, that is probably your cue to take a right and that will point you toward the right path eventually. There will be another door or outpost guarded by additional vulgar militia that you can use to mark your way. Finally, something I can reasonably use my golden star on. This section has quite a few rats. This looks like a moment for Javelin of Gold. Much faster. Oh, we definitely want to be careful. At least these don't inflict madness. I'm grateful for that. I could have done without... Well, at least we have had full FP for a moment. And if you saw those shimmery items and didn't think about the rats there, then you weren't paying attention. Which will kill you in vanilla. Oh god. Gotta be careful. It'll kill you in vanilla. It will hellishly punish you here. Gotta be careful. That's a favorite tool. When we were describing this in the Ravine Veiled Village and the associated mine shaft, I mentioned before those spiky balls were a favored tool. Yeah, we see more of them here in the jail. Ah, sniped right in the air. That feels good. Feels amazing. So, notice that door? We were just there. We can open it without doing anything else in here. We can just get out of here. We don't have to stick around. However, if you do, there are rewards waiting for you. For example, somber smithing stones. And if you want to use the lever, you need to come up and do it here. If you had come back out and you actually tried to leave, on your way out you would have seen this. Now, what are we going to do with this? I need to check this notice. Could be important. What might we do in this situation? Do we leave? Nah, that's not our style. We're gonna come back and get this treasure. We're gonna come back and grab that treasure. Why? Because we can. Because loot is good in Elden Ring. Not only is loot a good thing, but loot helps solidify our build choices more, gives us more build choices. I'm not gonna let you explode on me. You could do that in your cell. Don't do that on me. No one wants to see that. Get a room and explode on yourself, if that's what you feel like. Now here's the part where you can kind of get turned around. Because, you know, they dump you back out at the gate that you can't open. They don't dump you out back at the beginning. So you can kind of get lost. You kind of have to look for something that... You have to look for a landmark, like the cell that you were dumped into, which I think might be right here. There are 3 here. Yeah, that hole, we came from here. And you'll see that hole from now on. If you were to make a return visit to the jail cave... Excuse me. Oh, look. More of them. Unfortunately, you can't stab with your left, which I think is really weird. I mean, it could be worse. It could just be like Oblivion, where you could, you know, not block with... oh god, this feels so, like, so trap-inducing. Like, if this room feels trapped. All you get is a pillory shield, which, the pillory shield is like, I think, is it a light shield? Yeah, it's a small shield. Pillory made to punish serious felons. Used as a shield made of good sturdy wood, it only performs as it only is a makeshift tool and performs as such. Perhaps due to its use as a device with which the guilty were made to endure prolonged suffering, it raises vitality when worn. Not gonna be wearing that. But if you wanted to go for like a Fashion Souls build, you can totally run that. Not a particularly good shield otherwise, though. I would avoid it. It's just like the broken plank shields or similar kinds of shields. You use them because it's what you have. You don't necessarily use it because it's good. That kind of thing. We were just here. Yep, there, the corpse is right there. So coming out on the right would be here. I often have to guide myself through these, I often have to guide myself, through these caves. Even though I've been here a couple of times, it's too easy for me to get caught up. Yeah, this is the loop. Let me show you the loop, okay? So coming through here, and coming down, the hole should now be here, which it is. We jump down, there are the 3 corpses that are here. To remind, the pile of corpses will serve as sort of a marker. They do for me, at least. We're now going to get the rest of the treasure that's here in these other cells. And they're fragile enough that if you get the jump on them, they probably won't explode on you either. At least with this build. Now, if you're a poor dex build, probably not. Like I said, if you want to suffer... Nice, nice free hit. Hate it. Could be worse, though. Could be way worse. Nothing here. Some of these cells are just in fact cells and they do not offer any treasure. And now that, of course, they're open, they will totally just come after you. It's also weird. Some of these guys will, like, hold it for a long period. Some of them will do this running charge, and will totally just, explode within 1 second. Like, right there, like, trying to snap him out of exploding right there is really risky. Yeah, that, with that amount of speed, you should just run. Don't do what I did, folks. Hey there, Rodani. Good to see ya. Welcome back. Hope you enjoy your stay. Give me just a minute to move that camera. And I will be stretching. This one always feels a tad bit sketch. Perhaps because it managed to get itself trapped here. It's gonna have to be like right here or something, isn't it? Okay, where is a 60-second timer when I need one? Granted, I'm going to be standing a lot longer than that looking for a timer, but, good to see you too. Let me just adjust this. It's nice to know that I've got an angle in which that works. Could just set one on your phone. I have to get it out of wherever I sat it down at, right here. I need to get the plugin for OBS so I don't have to do this. People kind of frown when using phones on stream when they don't relate to the stream at hand. In this case, I think people make an exception, but I always read stories about this where people don't particularly like it. It's really weird. You don't mind? Okay. Stopwatch starting now. And I'll look back at it periodically. So, come here for any particular reason or just wanting to watch? I'm curious. Feel free not to answer that if that makes you uncomfortable. While I'm waiting on a response to that, we're kind of just wrapping up the jail cave, and we're picking up the items that were left behind in the open cells. The most important one is the stone sword key, believe it or not. The wakizashi is a terrible item. Just watch. Been lurking for a while, actually? Ah, gotcha. The old lurkin' watch. I appreciate that. I really do. And this is that moment in the stream where I want to take this time to kind of thank the people who've been lurking. No stream exists without you. And no, this isn't a call for you to come out of hiding. I love lurkers. They make up the good backbone of any stream. Okay, let me just... I need to... my phone anymore. Thank you again for using the point system. Really appreciate it. I demoed that. Just... oh. You can't get a moment's peace. You can't get a moment's peace in here. There's another one off in the distance who I fear will spot me and do exactly the same thing. What an ambush. So, I don't typically talk about real-world affairs while I'm in here, but since I kind of have you, I wanted to check in and see how you were, how the group was doing in terms of conversation. I don't want to ask about the contents, just whether this camera is not facing the right way. Oh, it takes ages to get right. I have to figure out something else eventually. I don't know if it's get a better standing desk or get a standing desk or what, but I'll have to figure out something better. But hopefully people haven't been dragging feet on the group planning for the session on Saturday. I would hate for that to be the issue. I realize this week and last week are probably not great times for about 40% of your group. Not gonna lie, haven't discussed things yet. Oh boy. I'm gonna try and initiate some talk. I thank you for being honest. I appreciate that. You could have totally lied about that. I was just kind of curious to see how things were coming along. I was never gonna ask anything specific. And truth be told, I haven't exactly planned out everything that well myself. I have some of them done, but I don't have them all done. I need to try to make a push to get everything finished. The main thing I've got planned out are like the humanoid enemies. I need to plan out what your guests are doing, and that takes me a little more time, but I will get that done. While you're here, it's good to chat. These past 2 weeks have been busy, especially on your end. Medically speaking, you're exhausted. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, first, I'll show this off again. specifically because you're here. Uh, oh god. Hold on. I gotta. Come on. I'm playing one-handed, baby. Oh, my index and my pinky were not particularly happy doing that. So, Uncle Russell stopped by. No rest, no breaks. Yeah, he stopped by and gave me a Christmas present today. It's one of those adult gifts. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's the things that adults give each other when they're not sure what they like, or, you know, it's the things that your family relatives get you when they're thinking about, when you have your own place. That is kind of him. That is especially him. And yeah, I get you. It's a nice gift. I like it because it is sentimental. I will have to figure out where I'm going to hang that. I'm not sure that's the kind of thing I want to hang in my office, but it's the thing they get you when they don't really know what kind of person you are, or, you're on fixed income. I've seen this among some people I've talked to where, like, I can't get you a lot, but I can get you something useful or something decorative. I understand that. I don't want to judge people off the gifts they give, and I am appreciative of it. It's better than nothing. It's better than not being acknowledged. I will find a use for it. It's just, I mentioned this on stream earlier before you're here. Kind of like how you and I are, since we also have little income. Yeah, that's pretty much more. That's exactly the type of situation it is, where we have non-disposable income, so we do have to think about it. It's a nice thought, and that's what matters. Exactly. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. When it comes to like furniture and stuff, I'm kind of a neo-modern minimalist. I like my furniture to be decorative and functional. And in particular, I'm summed up by the sentence, my furniture is decorative. You're sitting on my art. That is pretty much how I like my house. Everything has a form and a function. And I think that sentiment has only increased as I've gotten older, not younger. Or, wow. I'm not Benjamin Button, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not Benjamin Button. I do not have a book or a movie about me. Promise. I'm not getting any younger, and the sentiment has only gotten stronger since I've aged. It takes out so much of that hassle of thinking about furniture and like decoration when I only consider what its practical purposes are. That being said, I know that kind of furniture ain't cheap. It's expensive. Especially if you want to get into the realm of like beds that fold into the wall, or bookcases that, fold and collapse back into the wall, or beds that fold into couches. Stuff like that gets expensive because of all the mechanical overhead that people have to think about when they're making those things. For you, it's that you want your space to feel comforting. I like things to be soft and cozy. Yeah, your spaces generally are. Like, I can't say my room reflects that, but I know yours does. And that's something that it makes you feel like you have your own space. I do know that the space I have is mine, even if someone else owns it. But eventually, when I have access to 2 rooms again, it'll feel a lot more like my own space. And I'll be able to put the furniture that is both formative and functional and decorative in the space that is on my camera. For the time being, however, not so much. While you're here, I wanted to show off this nice little screen. I was playing around with mask imaging the other day, where I looked up what to do with OBS, and I was trying to get my webcam to take a specific shape, and After like 10 minutes of fiddling, and finding the appropriate background image, I was able to turn my webcam into a circle. I don't use this for Elden Ring Reforged, mind you, because it doesn't fit the square or octagonal-like perspective, but I use it for Blasphemous and it works great. It shows more of the game screen, which looks really, really cool. It works for Blasphemous because in the upper left-hand corner, if you put it exactly over the face of the main character that showed there, it's like a pixelated portrait. You don't lose any game real estate at all, because that image eventually adds no value on repeat playthroughs. Here, it's kind of tough to find a spot to make it work, and some of my audience is extremely insistent on having it on the right-hand side instead of the left-hand side, which, as long as there are people issuing opinions about, as long as someone is giving me feedback, I do at least want to actively listen to it. Yeah, Mom and I just rearranged the furniture the other day. I like feelings like if someone saw my space, they would know what sorts of things you like. That is completely fair. Yeah, and that's pretty much what I want in my own space as well. I wonder why the preference? It's probably personal, if I'm being completely honest with you. It's probably because that person or those people uh, want my portrait, my webcam, on the same side, looking in the direction of the chat. I'd have to go and look into like articles about this. I don't normally do that. I'm too worried about mixing boards at the moment to be concerned about something so small as where my webcam sits, although I'm concerned about it enough with since I don't exactly have a layout where my webcam is separate or it's in a separate place. uh I'm trying to struggle. I'm trying to think about my words here. um Actually, speaking of setups, and that kind of reminds me, earlier today on stream I had to take an unexpected commercial break. I mean, that makes sense. The current setup does feel like you're looking at the audience, so to speak. Well, like my webcam facing, yes. But like, if I move my webcam from, say, okay, that is the wrong one. If I move it over here, one, it's covering real estate. Two, technically, when I'm sitting like this, I'm looking at you regardless, right? But for whatever reason, people like it when the chat is underneath the streamer. It's really weird. I wish I could explain it in a way that makes sense. I currently can't, and I need to go find the person who told me this and have them explain it to me again so it makes sense. Um, but speaking of setups, when I had to take an unexpected commercial break because the commission for um, my new stream layout is just about done. Just about done. I had to get them to correct one tiny thing, and it was kind of tiny, but still important. And then after that, it'll take me. I'll probably try to get it done on Christmas week if I'm being honest. And then we'll have a new setup to play with. And then me looking at the stream won't be a problem. But for us, if we're reading the chat, it's easier to see you in the chat without looking away. Yeah, that's probably the reason. If without asking them, like just speculating like we are right now, yeah, that's probably the reason. It's awesome. I'm so excited to see your new stream stuff. It looked good when you showed me before. Yeah, I'll be able to show it to everyone once I actually get the final docket. I showed you because I trust you, one, and two, doesn't technically violate non-disclosure. But if I showed it on camera, that would be violating non-disclosure. So, and like mass non-disclosure. Um, Yeah, I'm really excited about this. This was a good chunk of money. I'm looking forward to seeing what people think about it. Speaking of Christmas week, I know I'm doing a lot of standing around doing nothing, but this is an important conversation topic. Um, I just want to take the opportunity to remind people about the plans for the next 2 weeks. So my plan, I'm sorry, the next week and like 3 days, next 10 days basically. So my plan is to stream at the normal time this week. So Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday, and Tuesday and Thursday. Well, it's Thursday now, and Tuesday has already come and gone. For right now, just gonna chill and chat for a bit so you can get back to playing. Very well. Thank you for chatting, though. Really appreciate it. What was I saying? Right, streaming normally, and tomorrow will be a YouTube stream, so people can look forward to that. On Christmas week, so that's going to be. No, I'm sorry. The next 10 days I'll be streaming normally. On. No, that's not right either. I thought I had this hammered out in my head. Between the 19th and the 25th, I'll be taking a week off. To spend time with family. And to attend to Christmas affairs appropriately. Then on the 26th, starting on the 28th, though it'll take effect on the 26th, I will be streaming on my new schedule. For those that are interested in knowing or reviewing the schedule, I'll put a link here in chat. I don't want people to be like, oh, he's just gonna let us thumb through it on our own. No, I'll help out. But you can find this in the About Me section on Twitch in the panel called Schedule. You can click on the panel directly and it'll take you right to it. Let me get the link for viewing. Copy. And paste here in chat. Yeah, so that'll be my new schedule effective on the 26th, and people will start seeing the effects of this on the 28th. Essentially, we just lose one streaming day, and it moves to Monday, Wednesday, Friday at the usual times instead of Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday at the usual times. I was lucky. I wasn't aiming for this on the school schedule. It just happened to work out that way, where I could get Monday, Wednesday, Friday at the same slots I have now. And I'm lucky that I was able to keep Sunday as a stable day. So just something to bear in mind. The Google Sheet technically has a third sheet, but I don't let just anyone view that. That is for family members. The sheet that I linked has 2 viewable sheets, and that's pretty much what people need to see. Again, sorry to Twitch folks. I hate that you guys are losing a day of streams, but I do want to continue to cultivate the YouTube space. Let me tilt this back this way. 1. And 2, I have to make sure to take my college scheduling seriously. I can't just, flail about and coast. I'd like to do better than that. Just so that, I've said something at the top of the hour, and I'm not just, saying it once on stream if it's something that truly is this important. I'm constantly trying to modulate this camera position. I think I've spent 20 minutes in here doing a grand total of absolutely nothing, but that's fine. Sometimes it's like that on stream, where you don't get a whole bunch of progress done. Sometimes it just be like that. Trying to think if there's anything else I can talk about. There is... Yes, this is the room right here. So I believe there is not a vulgar militia hiding here. I'm gonna grab these 2 items, and then we're gonna come over here. We're not going into this with optimal resources, but I think we can do it, and we have a summon available if needed. Yeah, down here should be where the boss is. And we kind of just want to make our way gingerly, carefully, and quietly. I believe there is... Yes. So down here, we might even be able to get the drop. I believe there's a rotten duelist that resides here, or it's a normal duelist. It is a frenzied duelist. Never mind. The frenzied duelists are exactly like the normal duelists, but I believe they inflict madness or scarlet rot. The rotten ones definitely inflict scarlet rot. I am not sure about the frenzied duelists. Oh, we don't want to be attacking with a real spell yet. We want to be applying poison right now. We want to kind of be watching our back. Is he poisoned yet? Are we there yet? Oh, okay, he is. Hot potatoes. And I can't remember if these guys are immune to Scarlet Rot or not. I don't think so, because that would be what the Rotten Duelist is for. But just because the name has changed doesn't mean this isn't the same mod either. Okay, no. So its attacks can inflict madness. My phone, why are you going off in the middle of this? Nice club or pommel attack there. Oh. Speaking of this, I don't know if you're still... You're just gonna chill in the chat so you can get back to playing. That was your last sentence. Only gonna change to... I'm curious to see if this actually is reflected in the change log. Might be ERRW? Is that... Yeah, it is. It is. So, Frostbite got changed recently. I think as of, I want to say it was like patch 4.7 something. It's been a while. It's like patch 4.81 currently, but, Frostbite stacks now. It behaves a little differently than it did before. No, it's not listed on this. Let me find the change. The patch that this was changed in. That's gonna be up here on this server. I highly recommend that anyone who's curious about following the changelog updates for Elden Ring Reforged, get on the Discord server. That'll be way better than trying to operate on patch notes. Or, you know, the links that I provide. The Discord's almost always up to date. This is like, whenever people feel like it. Not great for changes, but it's a 2-person team, maybe a 3-person team, depending on how you want to frame the work group for Elden Ring Reforged. Let me find it. Well, I'll find the patch. I will find the patch, I promise. I'm reading people saying F the Flying Frostbite Knights, and I'm not exactly sure. Okay, nope, that is patch 4.7b. Let me see, I feel like it was in a previous patch. New spell. What the heck? I know this was around here. Ah, yes. 4.69. Nice. Yeah, in patch 4.69, 0.4.69, Frostbite stacks like Poison and Rot do. And instead of a 20% buff debuff for 30 seconds, it's now a 10% debuff for 50 seconds. And frost and fire damage still removes it. So, multiple frostbite procs is just chef's kiss. It's perfect. Okay, let's stop sorting old messages now and get back to playing. I've only got maybe another 10-ish minutes before I call it. I know. I do apologize for the 30 minutes of the stream where I kind of had to take extended breaks, but once college starts, I can't be having extended streams like I usually do. So people are going to have to get used to making the most of our time. And really, that's more of a me thing than a you thing, than an anyone thing, than the audience thing. Excuse me. It's a me thing. I have to make sure I'm managing my time effectively. Ah, yes. Didn't I mention that there would be a sword here? That there was a cave in Limgrave, and that we couldn't really do anything about it? This is the sword. Our dogs are active. The Regalia of Eocade. Or yeah, I'm fairly sure it's Eocade. I think I remember the CH as being a hard CH. Okay. Eocade's Dancing Blade. Treasured Sword of Eocade, a lesser long-vanished domain. The copper coloration is not to be confused for rust, but is a conduit for its wielder to move it by their will alone. Swords of Eocade dance through the skies. Unique skill. Eocade's Dancing Blade. I do not believe that this is what its skill is in vanilla. I believe it is a square up in vanilla. I could be wrong. Infuses the sword with energy, then flings it forward in a corkscrew attack. The sword continuously deals damage while violently spinning. Charge the attack to increase reach and duration of the spin. We're going to put that on another hand of ours and try it out. We have a little FP. So that's what they were talking about. If you'll recall the old bell-bearing hunters, they have this attack where they will like hold the sword up for a second and then thrust it forward, and then it spins for a while. It's a devastating multi-hit attack that usually kills someone if they don't roll out of the way or aren't a correct distance away, and that Dancing Blade has some serious reach to it. Yeah, we get that for ourselves. Kind of like the Sword of Night and Flame has two special attacks. We get that one with the Regalia of Eocade, and that's great. People might also know the lovely bell-bearing hunter's name by Elimer, Knight of the Briar, who we will meet much later, and by meet, I mean fight. Great stuff. So far, I kind of want to try to restructure my outros a little bit so we're not spending so much time on them. I know that is a problem that I have been made aware of in my videos. So I want to kind of preface a plan now. So, one, I don't want to be prefacing such a plan inside this highly damaging rot lake. Yeah, I'm still kind of salty that Torrent takes damage in swamp and rot pools. That's really just bad. So bad. Oh god. I do not want to be... I can trade hits with the dogs. I don't want to be doing this with the pests. Get off me. These things mean business, and don't let them cast pest threads either. Because they will do it. If they start to stand up straight and raise their hands, they'll do it. Like that. Now, if I recall correctly, at the Caelid Waypoint Ruins, is it this? I know of the. No, it's the Caelid Ruins I'm thinking of. So these are new ruins. Well, new in the sense that we haven't been there yet. Um, and there is a underground entrance here. I think I remember that correctly. We took that pest out in one sitting. That's fantastic. Javelin of Gold is truly the powerhouse among spells. I can't say I like the rotten dogs any more than I do the pests. I swear, like, the top 3 enemies, like the small, annoying enemies, not the big ones like the giant dogs or birds, those have earned their own special place in hell. But the 3 enemies I really dislike are pests. Oh, no. I would say the pests and, like, the, stone imps are kind of tied. They're both equally annoying. Then the dogs come in second. And I believe the top spot by far are the revenants. Specifically the royal revenants, the ones that spit poison and just don't ever stop attacking. Those are the worst. I hate them with a dying passion. I wish whichever designer helped Miyazaki make that enemy. I wish they could not seriously. I have to be careful. I wish they played through it for themselves and figured out just how annoying they were for themselves. I wish I could show that to people. You're like, this is what you made. Are you proud of yourself? Was that not a... I thought I knocked out one of the pests. Is this a different pest? Ha! You thought you could escape that? For those who aren't aware, Golden Star, which you can get at the tip of Weeping Peninsula, so you have to go fight the Leonin Misbegotten to get it, but you can get it early. It is a holy generator spell that has decent distance. It's slow, but it has excellent tracking. This guy tried to dodge out of the way and paid the price for it really badly. I believe we want to use Frostbite here. Are they frozen? Yeah, they're nice and frozen. One of the more interesting things about enemies that have been frostbitten is that they're less likely to dodge out of the way. They'll still try and dodge. It's not like night spells, where night sorceries they'll kind of ignore most of the time, with some exception. But inflicting frostbite on enemies does make it less likely that they will dodge some of your more straightforward attacks. If you're struggling, if you're an archer, try inflicting frostbite first. Oh god, you definitely don't want to be getting hit by... And these things can do like a 360-degree turn relatively easily. Pest Threads, I don't know if we have the spell. I remember talking to, Gaudry about this. I think I remember purchasing it. No, I take that back. We have some other spells, but not Pest Threads. We'll later get a spell called Pest Threads, which is the exact carbon copy of what the pests use against us. And it's a great spell. It wraps around corners. It doesn't always pierce guard. It's not like Honed Bolt, where Honed Bolt will routinely get around Great Shields. It'll only do that sometimes, but it builds up status in the meantime, which is great. I believe there are a bunch of pests that are sitting in here. Yep, they sure are. I have to be careful because these pests are no fun to fight in groups. They're baby pests. Yeah, these are baby pests. They will charge you. Their attacks don't hurt that much, but they can and will charge you. And if they do, you're gonna be eating a chunk of damage. It's not the most fun thing you'll ever experience, but it definitely could be worse. It could be Exike's, it could be Exike's rotting breath to the face, which most likely is a death. Or it could be a putrid avatar butt stomp to the face. That also typically results in death. But baby pests jumping on ya ain't no fun either. I like this hassle-free, dinky little golden star hitting for a good chunk of holy damage, and don't even think about it. You can also use Bestial Sling. This is probably one of the best generators in the entire game. The other one I think goes to... It's a tie between Catch Flame and Glintstone Pebble. Those are exceedingly fast generators that, depending on your fortune choices and like your exact stat loadout, it could come out lightning quick, generate a whole bunch of FP, and deal concentrated damage. Bestial Sling is like a small cone. You're not getting any more FP hitting one target than hitting like 5 targets, but the fact that it can hit multiple targets and is capable of staggering them, which is something that really only can be echoed by Stone Sling, Catch Flame, and sometimes Glintstone Pebble if you cast it enough. It's just fantastic. I would definitely say Bestial Sling. I'm pretty sure it's Bestial Sling. It is considered one of the best starting spells for this reason. Or generator spell. It's a really good generator spell. And it's a fine spell in normal Elden Ring. It does decent damage. It's relatively fast. You can cast it in air. In vanilla, I believe you can sometimes get a double cast if you time it right. I believe this has been patched out in Elden Ring. Some people are still filing reports that you can do it, but it's definitely not easy to pull off. You can't expect every single bug to be fixed 100%. Some things are kind of hard-coded in, or are multi-spell, multi-mechanic interactions that are hard to deal with. Really? There we go. That's how we do it. There's the one-shot, one-kill wonder. Want to be careful. We're running low on time here. I think I'll have just enough time to get back on the road, and then we can continue exploring Caelid. Caelid is one of those places that are going to take multiple episodes. And I think we got our start on that like 3 or 4 episodes ago. There's a lot here. There is a lot here for us to do. It's huge. I mean, all the areas in Elden Ring are huge. All of them. But I think in particular, like, Liurnia is huge, and Caelid especially is huge. And they're huge not just in the horizontal sense, like it's a wide swath of land, right? Like Liurnia is a giant swath of land. Like it's wide, it's got sheer cliffs, and we still haven't explored it all. I'm looking at you, landmass above the Albanort village. Um, I'm also looking at with Caelid. It's not just it's a wide swath of land. It's also there are a lot of craters and valleys and peaks and hidden places that aren't visible to the naked eye, or you need to look really carefully to find them. Um, it's really, really easy to miss things in Caelid. It really is. At least with the Liurnia, you have a wide open space and stuff is distributed. Caelid is just packed dense. It's a place where I really recommend following a guide on it, or watching videos of people run through Caelid, or using the wiki. All of those are really great ways of ensuring that you don't miss that much. I believe I went a whole playthrough. This is how big the game is. You can go the whole playthrough without ever making it back to the Chapel of Anticipation. Without ever doing the quest line. I didn't find Kenneth Height the first time I went through the game. And I haven't even beaten it fully. I've gotten about halfway in vanilla, and then found this mod, and then fell in love with the mod. Because it wasn't like, it's just a bunch of random changes. No, Kernifer and the group of people behind them really take a long length of time to figure out what it is they want to change, and they take sincere feedback from the community to make it happen. If there's any mod that is out there right now that is worth your time, ladies and gentlemen, it's this one. Check this one out, the one I'm playing. Elden Ring Reforged. There are a lot of other similar overhauls out now, like Elden Ring Dark Moon. What are some others? There's Elden Ring Reborn. There's the Garden of Eyes, although I don't recommend it, because why would you support people who plagiarize content? That's really stupid and is unethical. But if you want to talk about up, and I suppose there's Elden Ring Ascended. There's that too. That's a whole different kind of experience. But there are overhauls out there, for better and or for worse. If you want to know what you really want to be looking forward to, I love Elden Ring Reforged, but that doesn't mean I can't look forward to other mods in the meantime. I'm waiting with bated breath to see what comes out of Elden Ring, the Convergence, where like everything is touched up, because the work that the Convergence team will do will really kind of open the way for everyone else. They are that big of a mod group. I believe, yeah, we already went through here. Okay. We should be wrapping up right about now. Let's get to the closest rest site real quick so I can call it for today's stream. I definitely don't want you casting pest threads, my friend. Nice, we got the stagger, which turned out to be a whole heap of useless, because Torrent's turning radius is... It makes sense for a horse, but God, is it awful. Alright, we're here, ladies and gentlemen. I wish I had shown, Rodani, the crafting overhaul. I really missed out on a good opportunity with this. But yeah, I'm glad to be back again. I realize I'm going away during the 19th to the 25th, but I need time with my family, as I'm sure you guys need time with yours. But please rest assured that once Christmas is over, and it will be over at some point, because it's in Christmas season, not Christmas week or Christmas Day or New Year's Eve. Once that's all done, streaming will be more consistent overall. Quite frankly, because my schedule will be too structured for it not to be. Next time on yes, on Caelid, Wild, Free, and Rotten. Next time on Elden Ring Reforged, we're gonna make our way over to the Caelid Highway South and kind of check out places here and there. We're going to skip past this castle for now, and after that we will soon be exploring the Aeonia swamp, the heart of Aeonia. We've been through here before, but we did not collect everything. I think we collected some stuff, but we'll be spending a good chunk of time in this glorious sight of battle between Melania and Radon. And I can't say that because Gideon Ofnir references it himself. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. I appreciate all the chit chats, all the follows. I appreciate all the lurking. I appreciate the support. I really do. Good streams can't exist without lurkers. I really do mean that. I'll probably put a PSA out there about how to lurk in the future, because Twitch is really picky about that, and probably not on Friday. I will probably put that PSA out on Sunday, unless it's the 19th. It will be the 18th. Yeah. So on the 18th of December, at normal streaming hours, I will in fact put out the PSA on lurking. Because there's some things that lurkers do, and that's no one's fault. It's because Twitch intentionally tries to hide this from people, or make it look like if you're not active, you're not supporting your favorite streamer. That's not true. You just need to do it smart. Just me, or do I have like a thinning patch right here? Really strange stuff. I might have to like start chopping the beard, and I really don't want to do that. But if it's patchy, then it can't be helped. Anyway, rambling. If you like the content, supporting it for free by following is the easiest way you can do that if that is what you want to do. Following and making sure that the notifications are turned on so you don't miss more streams. I can't promise they're great, but they will be something. They will be a way you can burn your time. Nah, I'm kidding. I do my best to try to make sure that the streams are up to snuff, and I realize that everyone is being supportive or saying nice or just not saying anything, but I promise my streams have a lot of work left to do before they're anywhere close to being good. Other than that, I don't feel like I've earned the right to shill the other stuff, but just explore the About Me section on Twitch and you will find it. You will find the other things I want to shill about. You can either support me directly financially that way or not. It's your choice. Your financial support is never required, but it is always appreciated, and your support always goes toward the purchase of streaming equipment. You have my word on that. I think I said like 4 times. Make that 5. Friday will be a YouTube stream, so for Twitch people, the next time you will see me is Sunday, the 18th. We will be playing some Grim Dawn tomorrow. Don't forget, after the 18th, I take a week off, and then the new schedule comes into effect. Uh, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. I will be streaming then, starting the 28th of December. Uh, and there might be even fewer streams than that, depending on what my workload looks like. Stay tuned for your local Twit Longer post. And with that, I think I've spent about as much time as I'm legally allowed to ramble at you. Remember, our hallowed storm halls are safe. You're always welcome to sit down, grab a mug of mead, and be cheery with us as we sit and discuss the finer or more serious things in life. And with that, stay safe out there. The world is a dangerous place. Um, be prosperous, and most importantly, be happy. And with that, I'm Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex '09, or Steven. You can take your pick of any of those three. And this has been an Elden Ring Reforged stream. I will see you guys next time on Friday. Take care, and bye bye.